Hey everybody, how we doing?
Hi,
I
good
think
morning.
is everyone muted.
Hello, Chip.
Hey Samir, how you doing?
Doing good. Thank you. How about you?
Doing great, thank you. How are you, Rachel?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, doing great. Thank you for being here.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right, awesome. So hello everybody. I was just finishing up a call. I was right in time to get started here. So we're going to get started in a minute, but first I want everybody to get to know Rachel. Rachel and I have met a few times. We haven't spent a whole lot of time together, but she's with Republic Title, and normally you guys are used to having training events in our office, and this would be where she'd be bringing us tacos or sandwiches or something like that, and telling us all about her business. So the good news is we get to hear from Rachel about Republic Title. You have to get your own lunch today, so that's the downside of it. But I know before long she'll be happy to feed us and make us happy with some great lunch again in the near future. So Rachel, the floor is yours.
Of course. Well, thank y'all so much for having me. As y'all know, we're still open, moving and grooving, doing things the COVID way with curbside closing. So we're here for you, happy to help in any way. And I do have a prize since I couldn't bring lunch to all of you. I do have a prize to give away. I might not have the most creative way to do it, but I'll go with who's had the most recent birthday, either last week or an April birthday.
Anybody on here with an April birthday?
A March birthday?
Yeah, it's got to be somebody.
Or February.
Being bashful. All you guys, y'all know some of y'all are muted. If you're muted, we can't hear you. So if you're muted and your camera's off, we can't hear you or see you.
Or you could write in the chat box.
Oh, true. Yeah, we can do the chat. Wow, no one. So no one on this Zoom right now has had a birthday in 2020 yet. I'm gonna check you guys out on Facebook.
December.
Oh, Lori says get to December, and she's the one. So is Lori really the one? Lori, no one else. No one's had a birthday since December.
Alexis is December too.
Oh, okay. Alexis, Lexi, you're on Jayton's iPad, I guess.
Yeah, we both are.
Gotcha. Okay.
What?
All right. So Rachel, you got a couple of December birthdays. You're going to have to figure out if you're going to do a countdown of the dates or whatever. It's all you.
All right. Okay. So who's Lori, and who is the other December?
Alexis is December 29th.
Alexis. Okay. I'll give y'all both birthday gifts.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Well, I'll let y'all get to it, but just wanted to say thank you. We appreciate doing business with y'all and working and partnering with your company. And we hope y'all have a wonderful week, and just let us know if there's anything we can do to help.
Hey, I do have a question for you, Rachel. Is there anything, or I know there is, but what's like the one thing that the agents need to know if they've got a closing coming up, in the very near future, and maybe they haven't had one since the pandemic began, so it's going to be a different experience as far as coming to the office or in their car, or what would that look like?
Sure. So imagine being at Sonic. Our doors are closed and locked, and so it's just our escrow team that's going to be inside. And you will get an email message before your closing that has instructions that you can pass on to your clients. Basically, they will drive up, and we will be alerted when they drive up, or we'll have them call, and they'll be greeted by their escrow officer who's going to come out and get them signed up. We are suggesting that it's just the signees in the car. We have had some families that try to come inside or with a bunch of kids, but it'll just be exchanged documents through the window. And as an agent, we have had agents pull up to the spot next to them, come take pictures, be 6 feet away, the whole thing. So you're welcome to still come and attend the closing, but it'll just be everyone staying in their cars. So yeah, just kind of like you're at Sonic placing your order, we'll come out, get you all signed up, and that's how it is. Pretty quick and easy.
Very cool. Does anybody else have a question for Rachel while we've got her here? Everybody's good? Okay, well, Rachel, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your support for KW DFW Preferred, and we look forward to seeing you live and in person before long.
Of course. Thanks, y'all. And I will get in contact with Lori and Alexis this afternoon and get y'all some little birthday treats.
Awesome. Great.
All
Thanks,
right.
Rachel.
Bye.
Have a good
Good
one.
meeting.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Well, thank you guys for being here. We're all getting used to the Zoom experience. And I'm going to tell you what I would love to do. I know some of you guys, I know you may be in your car, you may not have your work face on or whatever. If you can, when we get in a few minutes, this will work best if we're interactive, if we're communicating together. So I know a lot of you guys are muted right now. It would be great to have some dialogue and conversation as we get started. So anyway, that'll give us the best experience. And so, but if you need to hold back, that's okay too. But I would invite you to if you want to get the most out of the class possible, the best way to do that is to be as live and unmuted as possible as well. And I'll if we have any issues with background noise or something, we'll deal with that when we get there. But I think we're all getting used to Zoom now, so we'll dive right in. Okay, so before we get started, I'm going to put this person on the spot. He doesn't know this is happening, but Jayton, I want you to give everybody a wave. Everybody say hi to Jayton. Jayton, we're talking to you. Yes, give us a wave. There we are.
Hello.
So yeah, we hear you. You're good. Okay. So Jayton and his wife Alexi, or Alexis, as we heard a minute ago, they're a new team that just joined us last week, husband and wife team, and they've been with KW for a long time, but they've just relocated back from San Antonio. And so anyway, you guys give them a round of applause, show them some love for being at KWDFW Preferred. Glad they're here. They've been with us now for about 5 days or so, 4 or 5 days. So glad you guys are with us and jumping in today.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Okay, so today our class, this is actually a series of classes that we're going to do. And I know Ashley, I know you were at my DISC class. I taught a DISC class in the Market Center, live and in person. This would have been probably like the first week of March. This was before we were on lockdown. And I don't know, we had a decent sized crowd in there. We had maybe 15 or so. Had a good class. I don't know if any of the rest of you guys were in there that I'm seeing. Samir, were you at that class? Do you recall? You were there too? Okay. I couldn't remember if you were there in that specific class. Anyway, we did that class, and that was kind of an intro to DISC, D-I-S-C. I know a lot of you are familiar with it. Some of you may not be. And that was really kind of the launching point for this negotiation series, because we teach a lot in Keller Williams about lead generation, about contracts, about compliance, about technology. A lot of these are, those are topics that we train on a lot. We hear about this all the time. One of the things, and I've been with KW for 10 years now, so I've been around for a little bit, and I've noticed that one of the things that seems to give agents the most anxiety, I mean, at first it's anxiety because they got no money and they got no production, they got no business. So they're working to create that business. But then once the business starts happening, I see more agents have anxiety and stress and everything about the interaction, the relationships, the communication that they have with either their clients or with another agent or with some other person in the business. And I kind of decided a couple of years ago that I wanted to do what I could to address that topic in a way that I wasn't seeing anybody else do right now. So a lot of us, if we understand the DISC model at a high level, that's very helpful for starting off, because that helps us with interpersonal communication skills with other people, not just in business, but with people in our family and our personal life. Any kind of relationship, DISC is very helpful. But a lot of times we kind of stop there in terms of getting to understand each other. So we're going to go into a deeper level today. And so this negotiation series, I'm going to tell you right up front, I don't know how much we're going to cover today. I don't know how many sessions of the series will go. This may be a once a month thing we do, and it may take us till December to get through it. We may get through it by July or August. I don't know. It just kind of depends on where everybody's at in the class. This is something you're going to want to take notes on. It's also something that I'll be emailing some material to you after the class. I'll show it to you on the screen today as we go through it, and then I'll be happy to send it to you if you'd like for me to do that as well. What will be a little bit of a challenge in the future is, as other agents decide to jump on later, if they miss, if they weren't here today, but then let's say next month they decide they do want to be on, I don't want to say they'll be behind, but obviously we will have already covered some material that they won't be exposed to unless they watch this as a recording. And we are going to have this as a recording on YouTube, by the way, as well. So, so the idea is that over the next 3 or 4 months, 8 months, you know, whatever it is, that we do a lot of work on improving our communication and negotiating skills. So if I think I put this in Facebook the other day. So can you all see my my points there, the countdown there of items that we're going to cover? So these are some of the things that we're going to cover. And like I said, today there's no way we can get to all this just today. But we're going to review DISC a little bit. For those of you that may need to brush up or not familiar, we're going to talk about motivation. As we go forward, we're going to learn about mirroring, the power of an awkward silence. We're going to learn about the concept of anchoring, or as we might call it, extreme anchoring at times, tactical empathy, labeling, accusation audit, summaries and paraphrasing, yes versus no, getting permission, bending reality, calibrated questions, effective bargaining, and influencing behavior. Okay, so that's kind of a little sneak peek of what we're going to cover. So here's what I want you to do as you're taking notes. I want you to write down a couple of things about what negotiation is and what it is not, because I think a lot of times we might have misperceptions. I think the word negotiation gives us different, we all have different ideas about what that looks like. Would anybody be brave enough to speak up right now and tell me, when you think of negotiating, what is, I mean, what's the first thing that pops into your mind? What is it butterflies in the stomach? Is it hard nose grinding? Is it, you know, what is that, what does negotiating mean to you when you hear that term? Anybody can jump in if you unmute yourself.
I think of
When
two people coming to an
situation.
agreement.
Okay, Fina, you said 2 people coming to an agreement? Is that right? Okay. And Samir, you were about to say something too?
Win-win situation.
Win-win situation. Yep, that's part of our core values at KW, is find win-win solutions.
Bargaining, maybe?
Bargaining, yep, definitely. Anyone else? One more?
Is it making the other people feel good about the outcome of the deal?
That's a very big part of it. Yeah, it's about
what
creating
I
an
call it.
environment. I'm sorry?
That's what I call it, win-win. Make
Yeah,
the other
right,
people,
exactly.
they want something.
Yeah.
Coming to
Yep.
the terms.
Rita.
Coming to the
I'm
terms.
sorry?
Coming to the terms.
Coming to terms. Exactly. Yeah, so there, we see, and I think we're kind of really close on everything you guys said. We're not too far off about what negotiating is, but for all of us, we all have a little bit of a different perception. What I'm about to say is not a political statement, but I'm just going to make it. I'm sure we all, before we have our current president, I'm sure we've all probably seen an episode or watched a little bit of The Apprentice. We've seen Donald Trump before. And so I used to have this kind of perception of like someone like Donald Trump, and he's just the easiest one for me to mention because we all know who he is, as probably being a very tough, hard negotiator. Maybe Mark Cuban, somebody like that, another, you know, celebrity, somebody that we all kind of know, as just being iron-willed. They won't bend, inflexible. And so it can, sometimes we have this perception of you got to be strong and aggressive, and we know those guys can be that, but we also got to consider the fact that if that is your style all the time, do you think people want to do business with you? I mean, if you're a jerk all the time, why would anybody want to do business with you? So that's not necessarily what we're looking for. So in your notes, negotiation is communication with results. Communication with results. It is not verbally grinding someone down. Communication with results, but it is not verbally grinding someone down. Also, it is unpredictable and complex, which is why we're not going to get all this series done in an hour and a half. It's unpredictable and complex. It is not a script or a sequential formula. It's not a script or a sequential formula. And I think, let's talk about that for a second. I think, a lot of the training that we do, whether it's in Bold or Ignite or any of the training that we kind of have with in real estate with Keller Williams, we're very big on scripts, and scripts are very helpful. We need them, we utilize them. But what we need to understand is, in a real life negotiation situation, we're not going to have this thing where if Dion and I are like, if I said, hey Dion, let's do some scripts and role play practice together, and I'd be like, okay, I'm going to be the agent and you're going to be the seller, and let's role play a listing appointment, and then we go into whatever script we want to work on. Give me a pricing objection, give me something that's an objection, and we would kind of work through that because of scripts we might have learned. Well, those scripts are good as a starting point. But what we need to understand with negotiation is we've got to be so good at partially knowing our scripts, but also being able to think on our feet and understand the complex situations that we can maneuver quickly. So it's not, I'm going to say A, she's going to say B, I'm going to say C, she's going to say D, and we're going to have like this tennis match going back and forth. I might start with A, and then she may go to Q. And the response for Q is, I've got to go to M. And then that takes us to R. And then that takes us back to G. We may be going all over the alphabet in theory to find the right spot to land on. How do we maneuver through this complex conversation? So I hope that kind of gives you a little more thought into, as we get into this. This is going to be somewhat deep today. So, get yourself kind of mentally psyched up, because we're going to go into some deep concepts. Obviously I'd love if we get through this today and you're like, your head is spinning and you're confused, I'd love to, I'm more than happy to, we can have a little one-on-ones or whatever later to get through it. But I want us to understand going into this, knowing this is a complex deal. It's not something we're going to master listening to, me do a Zoom with you guys, or, and it's something you got to practice over and over and over to get really good at it. Next thing, what is negotiation? It's a process of discovery. Write that down. It's a process of discovery. It is not a battle of arguments. It's a process of discovery, not a battle of arguments. So that process of discovery, that's how, like what Samir was talking about, how we get to those win-win solutions is, we usually when we go into this type of communication, we know what we want, what we need, what we're looking for. I mean, we already kind of know that for the most part. To be successful though, we've got to know what our counterpart, the person on the other side that we're working with, what's important to them and how can we win in that. So a big mistake that we see a lot, that I've seen in just kind of coaching agents through situations, but trust me, by the way, let me just get this real clear up front too. I've made all these mistakes myself. I still make these mistakes. I'm not a master at this, because I get emotional sometimes. I react. I forget everything I'm teaching to you today in the real world sometimes. And so it's something, it's like a lifelong process of getting better at it. But a mistake that I see a lot of people make, whether it's maturity or whatever, is they assume that the counterpart, the other person they're negotiating with, that they reason and think and feel the same as we do. And that's, we like to think of that maybe as empathy. Like if somebody is going through a challenging situation, and we're like, oh wow, okay, so you got laid off. You need to list your house. You've lost your job. Something in your financial situation. We need to help you with a real estate transaction. We can be empathetic to that, but this is not empathy. When we put our mindset on somebody else, what that is projection. That is us projecting our viewpoint, our way of looking at the world onto them. So empathy is a very good thing, but we got to be careful not to project the way we think about things and people and situations onto somebody else. So it's really about extracting information from the person you're negotiating with, having that mindset of discovery. So if we can identify their counterpart, what do they want? and what do they need, and by the way, those are two very different things, what they want and need. If we can understand what they want and need, and this is extremely important, if we can make them feel safe enough to talk about it. See, that's a big challenge I see a lot of times is we've got to create an environment where the person we're working with, our counterpart, are we creating an environment where they feel safe enough to talk about this openly so that we can understand their motivation easier. So one last thing I'm gonna get before we get into some models and stuff. Let's I mentioned a second ago, wants and needs are different. So I'd love to hear from some of you guys. How do you, when I say wants and needs are different, first off, do you agree or disagree with that? And if you agree with me, what makes those things different? When somebody has wants or needs, what's the difference between those two things? Anyone?
With a want, it's definitely more negotiable. It's not, they don't have to have it, and it's usually something they can change over time anyway. So you can, so the need is like a have to. It's non-negotiable. You can't negotiate, so there's no point in spending time on that.
Very good. And so in terms of real estate, let me ask you, Tara, so how do you, when you were answering that question just now, were you thinking about like in a real estate situation specifically of conversations you've had? Okay.
Right, exactly.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
You want to know what someone's wants versus needs are. For example, if they want a pool but they don't need a pool, that's something it's not necessary. You know, you may want to make sure that the backyard's big enough, but it doesn't have to have a pool. Or if they, like, some people think they need granite, but you can always like add granite. So that's a little bit negotiable. But if they, need 3 bedrooms, well, you can't show them something with 2 bedrooms. It's definitely not going to happen.
Right. Very good. That's spot on. Anybody else want to add to that? Okay. Well, I think you did a great job, Tara. So yeah, that's a great way of putting it. So in your notes, you might jot this down. Wants are generally easy. A lot of times they're aspirational goals that people have, and it gives them an illusion of control. So just like Tara was saying, if you're talking to a buyer about what do they want in their next home, that's usually very easy to talk about. Granite, a pool, large corner lot, whatever. And as a good agent, especially like a good buyer's agent, we have to sift through what are the wants and needs. Needs are a bit more difficult, and it kind of depends on how well the person you're speaking with communicates. But needs, they really, now this may seem a little extreme for real estate, but needs are more about survival, and it conveys vulnerability on the person speaking. I mean, this is what they need. They need more than 2,500 square feet. They need, as Tara said, they need that extra bedroom. If they don't get that, that is going to really be a very difficult situation for them to live in and to survive and to be who they need to be. So in real estate, if we can help navigate that conversation and determine what wants or needs are, that can really help us a lot in having a successful negotiation and communication with them. Because like I mentioned with Dion a second ago, if we were doing a role play right now, like if you're a listing agent, one of the first negotiations you're going to have is when you go on the listing appointment. A lot of times I think in real estate, we tend to think of, like, maybe you thought this when you were getting on the call today, that we were going to talk about negotiating this agent and this agent, and they're going to negotiate, and how are they going to go at each other? Well, really your first negotiation, as any experienced agent will tell you, is with your own client. You're going to negotiate the terms of your listing agreement. And if you're a buyer's agent, you're going to negotiate the terms of your buyer's rep agreement, among other things. So like I know a lot of agents right now who, good experienced agents, their policy is if you ask them, hey, like how often do you have somebody decline to sign a buyer's rep agreement? And they'll say, oh, I never do a buyer's rep agreement. Never have, never will. Blows my mind, because what that tells me is they don't understand a buyer's rep agreement. And if that's a training issue, we can address that. But the other thing is, and I'm sorry, I don't want to offend anybody on the call right now. If that's you, I'm not trying to step on toes. But I think the reason a lot of people, they don't do that is because they have trouble with this negotiation that we're talking about. They just haven't figured the way to make that a win-win solution so that they can move forward to the next step. So, so you've got that. Then if, for example, on the listing agreement, you're negotiating the terms of sales price, of commission, of the term. I've had sellers want to list for 3 weeks with me before, and you can probably guess what my answer was. No way, Jose. We're not taking a 3-week listing agreement. So what happens now? Now we're negotiating. Here we go. And then clearly, once you get into a transaction, you're obviously negotiating with your buyers, with your sellers, and then eventually with the other part, the counterpart, the other agent you're working with. Keep in mind, in a transaction, we tend to think about, okay, there's me and my client, and then eventually there's me and the other agent on the other side of the deal. But what we have to do to successfully negotiate is, I want you to think about all these people. So Dion, I'm just going to keep using you kind of as an example. Like, say Dion and I are doing a transaction, we're the two agents, and let's say I'm the buyer's agent, she's the listing agent, and she's got a husband and wife couple that are the sellers. I've got a husband and wife buyer. So now this negotiation has involved not just me and Dion, that's 2 people, but there's 2 people on her side, 2 people on my side that are the principals. So now we're at to 6 people in the transaction. And then let's just say that each couple just has 2 kids apiece. Well, now we're up to 10 people. And you may be thinking, well, the kids are kids. They don't have anything to do with the transaction. But do they? Because as we know, if you've been in the business for a while, everyone that's going to live in that house is going to have some level of influence. Okay. Now, and hopefully in a lot of cases, the kids, their influence is about that big. Hey, you get to pick how big your room is, or which room it is, or second floor, first, whatever. Do you have a bathroom connected to your room? But a kid can kill a deal. I've had that happen before, where kids will kill a deal. Dion's nodding with me. You've been there too. Yep. And so we've got it now. That's a factor. It may not be the largest factor we're dealing with, but we've got that. Now we're up to 10 people. Now, who else do we have to negotiate with? Well, if you're a buyer, there could be a negotiation with the lender you're working with on how are we getting pre-approved for this deal? What documentation is needed, et cetera. After we go under contract, are we going to have an inspection? Yes, we're probably going to have an inspection. Now we're going to negotiate the terms of that, but we need to understand, like, what is that inspector telling us and what is factual? Would 2 different inspectors do an inspection on the exact same property and come up with different findings? The answer to that is yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chip froze.
I hope it was him, not me.
Yeah, I think he froze.
Okay. Plug mine in regardless. Whoa, can't see me here.
Hey, are y'all with me now? We good? Give me something. Thumbs up. Okay. I'm sorry. Can I just say I'm ready for this all to be over with? Man, we lost internet for a second and we're out of luck. Okay. So anyway, thank y'all for being patient with me. Sorry about that. It's so frustrating when there's nothing you can do. You're just clicking and trying to figure out what's happening. Okay. Anyway, sorry, I got really derailed there. So anyway, I was telling you guys, so in that transaction, I was talking about the inspector. Two different inspectors might give you two different sets of results. So there could be negotiating there. There could be the appraiser. Once the appraiser, that sometimes is a factor of who we're going to negotiate with. So there's somebody else. Sometimes, and this is true life story for me, I've had situations where I had a client who is all their funds are being held by a financial planner. And that financial planner had a very large amount of control over what their decision was going to look like. So I actually, my clients who were buyers at the time, they had me really negotiating with their financial planner, not with them, the people who were actually buying the house. They had a large amount of money, and the financial planner, that was that person's job, was to keep them financially solvent till the end of their lifetime. So that they put all their trust in that person. In-laws. So if any of you guys, again, true story with me, if you've ever had a buyer, like a young couple buying their first property, and we go look at the house, they're excited, maybe they go look at it a second time, we make an offer, we go under contract, we're in the option period, and then the words that always I learned, these words began to scare me over time, is when one of the young husband or wife, cute little sweet young married couple, would say, hey, my parents are going to be in town this weekend and they want to come take a look at the house. Since we're still in the option period, can we set up an appointment for them to come look? Now, naive me, the first time I did that, I was like, yeah, sure, great customer service. I'd love to show your parents the house. What I learned quickly, though, is daddy walks in, father-in-law walks in and says, oh, my little baby girl's not buying this house. We're going to have to do something different, because dad here, who's like in his 50s or 60s, he has got a very strong opinion about what that house should look like. And all of a sudden, now father-in-law is blowing up the deal. And I'm like, why did I even open that door? Why did I let that happen? Because now they're trying to be protective. I know where it's coming from, but now I've got to negotiate through that situation. So you can see it can even be the neighbors. If anybody sold a house with a dog, a barking dog outside, or people who keep the yard, looking less than perfect, maybe junk, trash, cars, whatever. And you got to go, hey, Mr. Neighbor, any chance, we're doing an open house on Saturday. Any chance we could move that car down the street just a little bit? We got to negotiate. So see, are y'all following me? There's a lot of, we're constantly negotiating in this business. And some of them are pretty serious. Some of them may not seem so serious, but we constantly are doing this, and we need to get better and better at our skills. Okay. Any thoughts before we go to the next step? Any thoughts from anybody? Any input, questions?
Chip, are we going to learn how to limit how, because obviously we don't have control, like in those scenarios you gave, the father-in-law comes in all of a sudden, like you said you would have done it differently. So are we going to learn how to limit how many people will interfere with with our process that we've got established?
And see that, and I'm not going to be the one with the right answer on it. But I would love for that to be part of our conversation that we have, because again, and by the way, I'm thinking non-pandemic, I'm thinking traditional. So forget masks and gloves and two people in the house. I'm talking about regular real estate as we know it. Like me and Elmer and I, we may have a difference of opinion on how to handle that. He may do it one way, I may do it differently. And there's a lot of these, it's healthy for us to talk about, because there's no right or wrong answer in how to do it. I think like Fina, so everybody doesn't know, Fina is brand new to real estate, just 2 or 3 weeks, very new. And so I might have just told you some things about the father-in-law blowing up the deal, or the kids, whatever. I might have just given you some information that you might not have considered before, of like, okay, when I get to that situation, like I saw Dion nodding with me a while ago, like Dion's like, oh yeah, I've been there. I know exactly what that looks like. So I would love for us to communicate about these things, because what I like, for example, on that situation with me, after the first time and it blew up in my face, that I'm like, oh, danger, danger. Now my first thought is I wanted to say, no, sorry, your parents can't come see the house. They'll see it after you move in. Now, I guess I could do that. I could be that strong and direct about it. But how effective is that going to be for me being a successful real estate agent for them? You know, probably that's not going to go well for me. So it would be something like me asking good questions. Like a few minutes ago, I was telling you, it's a process of discovery. Oh, really? Cool. Well, tell me a little bit about your parents. You know, and I mean, I'm thinking in my head, why do your parents want to see this house? You know, why? What level of influence? Is there anything they could say that's going to make you change your mind? Can we do this after the option period? You know, that's what I'm thinking, but I'm going to go into it a little bit differently. Tell me a little bit about your parents. And if y'all were in the DISC class, you know, I made a joke about the C personality, and I want to show you DISC in just a few minutes, but the C is the very black and white, compliant. It's either right or wrong. There's no in between, no middle ground. And with that C personality, like I've joked many times, if let's say the buyer says, "Oh yeah, my dad. Oh, you'd love him. He's a great guy. He's been an engineer with Bell Helicopter for 40 years." And like when I hear that, I've done this long enough to know, engineer. That's nothing against engineers, by the way. My stepdad was an engineer. Love him. He's a great guy. But they are very precise, very detailed. That little visit that I think is going to be like, we've already negotiated repairs. Things are rocking in this transaction. But then he comes in, and we're not going to have a quick 15 or 20 minute walkthrough. He's going to come in and he's going to see things. Then he's going to go back out to his car and he's going to get his toolbox and come in and measure things and make notes. And all of a sudden I'm just watching the deal start to disintegrate in front of me. So now I'm exaggerating a little bit, obviously, because that's not going to be every situation, but that's the thing I want to watch out for. So when I say, tell me about your parents, and then if they told me a little bit about them, like, oh, okay, so like, do you have other siblings? Oh yeah, I'm the youngest of 4. Oh, okay, so tell me about, I didn't know that. Tell me about your siblings. If I can find out, oh yeah, he did this with all of my siblings when they bought their first house. And so I'm going to try to find out, did he kill the deal for any of them? Because again, I'm just trying to get as much information as I can so that when I meet, you know, Mr. Father-in-law, I kind of know what I'm walking into. Does that help? Anybody else, any of our experienced agents want to chime in and give Fina some tips about that particular situation? Maybe you've navigated something similar to that before?
I had some buyers who their in-laws were moving in with them, but they weren't coming to all of the showings, but they seemed to have a really strong opinion. So I just stopped scheduling showings unless both buyers and both in-laws could be present, because then I was duplicating my time to show, you know, the buyers would fall in love, and then the in-laws who were putting down $100 grand towards the house would come in later and, you know, find things they didn't like or something that didn't work, or they were adding things to the list of demands, needs and wants that I had already covered 3 months ago with my buyers. So then I just started saying, look, if we're going to move forward, it seems like I'm working for all 4 of you and not just 2 of you. So let's make sure that we can all 5 be at every single showing. And then after that, it was easy to tell which houses they were going to go for or not.
Perfect. And that's spot on right there. Yeah. If somebody's going to have veto power in this, we want to know that up front. Thank you, Cody, for sharing that. Yeah, and you'll see that you're not going to see that a lot where you've got like in-laws or parents moving in, but you will have. I mean, this will happen. I'm sure happen for all of you. If it hasn't yet, is you maybe because of work schedules, you'll find out maybe husband has a very rigid job, or he maybe travels a lot, and so to expedite the timing, it's like wife's going to go out with you, and so you're going to take the wife out first just because she's got more available time. And she's going to kind of sift through all the ones they don't want and narrow that list of maybe 10 or 15 down to maybe 4 or 5. And then when husband's here this weekend, then we'll go back again and see those 4 or 5. If husband has the veto power, you just want to know that. You want to know who's the pickier one in the family, who's the more easygoing one. You know, I would want to get that veto person in the mix as soon as possible. And so it sounds like for Cody, he had to kind of work through that process of discovering like, oh, okay, these people are going to be very influential in the decision. And so when he mentioned the money too, $100,000. Yeah. So that might be a good buyer consultation question to ask are you getting a loan from any family member to help you, or is anybody contributing to you with a gift to help you buy this property? Or are you going to, are you going to buy this completely on your own? So good stuff there. Thanks, Cody. Well, let's rock on. I'm going to share my screen with you on the next page here. Let's see. Hold on just a second. When my computer went haywire a second ago, everything changed. Let's see. Okay, can y'all see my oops, let me go back up to the top here. My people and motivation here. So are y'all looking at DISC now? Everybody seeing that good? Give me a nod. Yes?
Yep.
Perfect, thank you, Tammy. So this is DISC, and I'm assuming most of you are somewhat familiar with it, and we're going to only just spend a minute on it today, but it is kind of our core our core assessment that we use in Keller Williams and real estate to help us understand exactly how people think and how they're motivated. And by the way, this is what I will email to you. So if you want this, either shoot me an email or a text, put it in the chat if you want, just so I can remember. I don't want to skip over somebody in case I forget who all was on this, but I'll send this all to you in print so you can have it as a PDF for yourself. But the DISC, just in case you're not aware, at the very top, you can see the first letter of each of those words: dominance, influence, steadiness, compliance. Those come to DISC, D-I-S-C. And for most of us, we have a primary and a secondary DISC trait that we have. We have, or a DISC profile. So like, for example, I myself, my two at the top are D and C. Those are my number 1 and number 2, my primary and my secondary. Okay, so that's important for me to know that about myself. My wife is I and S, so we're kind of opposite on that. So it's helpful for me to know, when we're interacting, we got different ways of looking at things. So just real quickly to go through this, the traits you can see, like D's and I's are more fast-paced. S's and C's are a little slower paced, but dominance, the D is task oriented, just like the C is task oriented. Meaning we like to move fast on certain things as a D. Sometimes we can run over people. We can be a little too direct sometimes. And you can see all of these have a weakness. Like a D can be stubborn, impatient, and harsh. We like the strengths that you see above it. They're decisive, take charge, and get results. But we got to realize all of these qualities have strengths and weaknesses. But at a deeper level, what is important for us all to know is every one of these styles has a core fear. And that core fear is, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, we've all got them. So you've got it, whether you want to admit it or not, you've got a core fear. And for example, an I, if you know you're a high I, that is your highest assessment or highest profile on the assessment, rejection is a core fear. And so you will do things, you will behave in a way to protect that core fear from happening. For an S, this is very true. This is very important in real estate. If you can identify somebody has a strong S personality, and by the way, just fun fact, there are more people in society that have the S as their number 1 than any of the other 3. So by looking at the odds are, if you're working with a couple, I can just about guarantee you one, the husband or the wife, has got a lot of S in their personality. Now, if you're working with a single person, you might work with somebody who doesn't have very much S. But if it's a couple, one of the two of them is going to have strong S qualities. And that loss of security, when I know I'm working with a high S, meaning they're slower, they're very sweet, they're very nice, they're not going to be abrupt and abrasive. They're very patient, as you can see. But look at the weakness on the S. They can be indecisive, over-accommodating, and too passive. And so they tend to have a tough time with boundaries and when to say no and when to say, oh, you got to learn to read them. They're like, I don't know if I want to do this or not. So you've got to learn to read them. But that loss of security, one of the things that happens with S personalities a lot is loss of security can also mean how fast we're moving on this whole thing. So you guys will know this. You'll go show somebody a property. Maybe it went on the market this morning and it popped up and it looks like a killer price. And you just know, as a seasoned, experienced realtor, you know that by the end of today, they're probably going to have multiple offers. And by tomorrow, they certainly will. You know, we've all, as experienced agents, we've all had that situation happen. And so we look at it, it's like, you know, 12 o'clock today, it's early in the day, and then they want to go see it. We take them to see it, and I mean, they're loving it. It like hits all their wants and needs. It's like the perfect house. And then I say to them, all right, folks, so you want to go back to the office? We'll get the offer written up, we'll get it signed, and we'll get you guys under contract. We're probably in multiple offers, but we'll have everything we need to get going right away. And then the S in that relationship, if it's the husband or the wife, if I get some of the, whoa, 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 we got to go home and we got to talk about this. We haven't even brought our kids over to look at it yet. I mean, they're going to live here. This is the house they're going to make memories in. We've got to let them see it. Or, you know, we've got to talk to our parents. We've got to pray about it. Thank you, Chip. It's a beautiful house. We love it, but we're not prepared to make an offer today. And what do I know? I'm like, well, then it all doesn't really matter because this house is going to be under contract by tonight or tomorrow morning. So I need to communicate with them in a way that we need to move faster if this is really going to be the house. That will be a scenario, I assure you, you're going to experience over and over in your real estate career of how hard can I push somebody? How much can I say, hey guys, can I be completely honest with you? Sure, Chip. Yeah, we want you to be honest. If you guys love this house, it will not be available tomorrow. I just know that. And I'd love to be able to give you as much time as you want to bring the kids and to think about, but I can promise you right now, I'll call the agent to verify, but I am certain. I mean, we saw people when we pulled up in front of the house coming and going. I mean, we already know there's multiple showings. I promise you there's gonna be multiple offers. And so as a negotiator, we've got to figure out how do we push somebody without stressing them out to the point of they want to fire me as their agent because I'm too pushy. Okay, but I know their goal, and especially if it's a couple, the other one who's not the S is like, thank you, Chip, thank you, please lean on her, push her a little bit, because if you don't do it, I'm gonna have to do it all on my own. Okay, but hey, internet's still working. Crazy. Okay, did y'all see my lights go off there for a second? Did y'all see that? Well, anyway, nuts. Sorry. Anyway, so that's why we've got to know who we're working with and how to communicate with them. So this is DISC, and y'all, like I said, a lot of y'all are pretty familiar with that. Going to go down here, and now I've got some bonus tools for you. Okay, so this right here, everybody see these negotiator types? So I'm going to assume this is probably this is new information to a lot of you. And we're going to go through this, and I don't want to get too bogged down in it, but I want you to understand there's different profiles, different systems to use to look at somebody when you're negotiating. So you can see here, we've got 3 different styles: the analyst, the accommodator, and the assertive. And what you're going to see is you're going to see some traits in here that are similar to DISC. Like, I bet you can probably figure out, if you're familiar with DISC right now, you can understand that the C personality, the compliance, I told you, I joked about father-in-law being an engineer. You could probably just see by looking at this, that on this model, the analyst is most closely linked to a C personality, because they're people who like to analyze things. The accommodator, the one in the middle, would be probably a little more like an I or an S. They're very people related, people centric, people oriented. And then the last one, the assertive is more like the D. You know, they're the more direct person. So you can see this is a little bit different, because this not only talks about how they behave, but how they see themselves and how people see them. So, you know, it's one thing for us to have a perception of ourselves, but if other people have a different perception of us, that's what we got to keep in mind. So let's just hit on a few of these. The analyst, for example, they see themselves as realistic, prepared, and smart. Okay, now, do you think that can be tricky when they think they're smarter than you? Like some of you as seasoned agents, I'm assuming you've probably been in situations where you were treated like just a salesperson who just, you know, went through some, 5-minute crackerjack real estate class to get a license. And all you do is you got the magic app on your phone that unlocks doors, and everything else, let them handle it, because they know what they're doing. They're smarter than you. Maybe they're older than you, or more mature, or wealthier than you, more life experienced, whatever. And they treat you like you don't know what you're doing. Now, not all analysts are going to do that, but you got to realize some of them will come off that way. And so because of that, look at the next box, how they may be seen by others, maybe cold or standoffish. Meanwhile, the accommodator, others see them as being friendly or maybe too talkative. They're great. They're the life of the party. They got great energy, but man, okay, they need to use a lot fewer words. They need to talk less. Okay. And then of course the assertive, you can see that's very similar to what the D is. Sometimes they are seen as emotional, aggressive, or harsh, but they see themselves as honest, logical, and direct. Okay. So let's look at how they view business relationships. The analyst on the first one, they say as long as they aren't causing conflict, they're actively preserving the relationship. So they're kind of ambivalent to what this is. They don't take things personally. But look at the accommodator. The relationship is most important. And then the assertive, it's pretty matter of fact. They need mutual respect. If you know you're working with an assertive, you must communicate to them that you respect them. By the way, this isn't in my notes today, but we talked about this in my DISC class last week. This would be a great note for you to write down. I call it the 738-55 rule. 738-55. 73855. I know you might look at that and think, is that a zip code somewhere? Nope, it's not a zip code. I mean, it may be somewhere. I don't know where it is, but 73855. And what that means is, let's go from back to front. 55% of our communication is body language. Okay? 55%. Okay, I'm sorry, I got distracted for a second. So 55% is, actually, I'm sorry, I said body language, tone of voice. Sorry, check that, tone of voice. Tone of voice, 55%. 38% is body language, excuse me. 55% is tone of voice, 38% is body language, and only 7% of the actual words that we use. So when we're communicating, we got to communicate, we've got to use different ways of communicating with our voice. And do you think that becomes a challenge when we do so much of our communicating these days by text and email and messaging apps, things like that? So 55% tone of voice, 38% body language, and only 7% the words that we use. Like I'll just tell you one of my pet peeves, because I'm more of that assertive. I want that mutual respect in a negotiation, in a business relationship. And this is just my thing. This may not set you off, but you're gonna probably think this is funny, because this is just one of those little pet peeves I've got. Is if I send somebody a text and I'm basically asking them a yes or a no question, and I can't believe I'm telling you all this because it's so dumb. But when the response, y'all are all gonna probably do this to me now next time we text with each other, is when I ask the question and the answer to the question is negative or no or something like that. When I get the word nope, N-O-P-E, nope, instead of no, it just gets all over me. And I know it shouldn't, because I know that's not necessarily how it's intended. But if I were to text, Jayton, if I were your agent and I was to text you and I would say, hey guys, I'm free this afternoon. Would y'all like to go look at some houses? And I get, nope. The way I hear that is nope, nope. And I'm like, and if that's all I get, I mean, I take offense to that, and I know I shouldn't, and I'm telling myself all the time, I know, if I know him, I know Jayton, I got to know, okay, he didn't mean it that way. But if I don't know you at all, if I've just met you or we're still kind of getting to know each other, for whatever reason, probably something that happened in my past where somebody blew me off and they treated me like that's all you're going to get out of me, Chip. I answered your question, don't bother me. That's what I can hear when I get that kind of response. So now, if he and I are out on the phone talking, or if we're face-to-face, like Zoom or literally face-to-face or whatever, I wouldn't feel that way at all. But for some reason, I know that about myself. By the way, do y'all think it's helpful that I recognize that in myself? That I've identified that as a thing? Because there was a time when I just got offended by it. It just ticked me off. It made me mad. And I just wanted to go, well, what a jerk. I mean, give me something else. So again, that's me evolving and developing my skills over time. Let's move on to what these different types care about. So the analyst is obviously acquiring facts and information. Accommodators want to build relationships. And the assertives, they just want to be heard. And so as an assertive, when I give you something and I get a nope, I feel like you're not listening to me. You're dismissing me. There's not respect. So now this next part, like I said, I'm going to email this to you. Thanks guys for putting, thanks Cody. I see nope in the notes there. Yeah, you're going to use that all the time on me now, I'm sure. So anyway, you can see in the notes or in the on the handout there that I'm going to send to you. This is real important. The negotiation mindset. This is good stuff here. So when you get that, this probably all happened to us. I know it's happened to us. We've texted somebody and we were expecting a response, maybe not within the minute, but maybe within the next 15 minutes or 30 minutes or possibly an hour. But now, now we're going on, I don't know, 8 or 9 hours with no response. So this passage of time or silence, it means things to different people. So can I get either a verbal yes or a nod or something from some of you? Like, yes, I have been in that experience before, and it has annoyed me or made me mad or anxious or impatient or whatever. So let's look at these because these are really good. So for the analyst, they take that time. That means they're in preparation mode. That's what preparation means. And so if they're silent with you, it means all it means is they need time to think. Okay. And now keep in mind also, this is them giving and receiving silence. Okay. So if we are, if we give them the silent treatment, they don't get offended by that generally. In most cases, because they think, oh, well, Chip's just got to think about how he wants to respond to this. It doesn't bother me. But now look at the accommodator right next to him. Time, like what we do with our time is all about building a relationship. And if we go silent on them, what does that say there? It's upsetting and it indicates anger. They start projecting, So if we're silent or if they're being silent with us, it's you got to be careful with that. And then on the assertive, obviously, time is money. Flat out, time is money. So don't waste my time. If you're wasting my time, you're wasting my money. Okay. But silence, like if you're verbally speaking with that assertive person and they give you silence or they become silent, they're actually giving you the opportunity to speak more. They're not taking it personally. So again, we'll dive deeper into these in the next several series, but I think it's really good to understand when you're getting that silent treatment or if you're giving that silent treatment, what might it mean to that negotiation? So here's characteristics. I'm not going to spend time on all of these because you can see there's a lot of words there, but the characteristics of each one, obviously the analyst is very methodical. The accommodator, they're very happy when they're communicating, they're peace-seeking and sociable. And the assertive, this first one is really good. Perfecting the solution is less important than getting it done. Okay, the perfecting the solution is less important than getting it done. And so, let's see, the way my screen is set up, I can't see everybody right now, but I know Christy Chumley's on here with me. And so Christy, I'm going to assume you would understand what I'm about to say as our main tech instructor, our guide. When I read that right now in the context of Keller Williams, I think Gary Keller is an assertive. Okay, I know that about Gary. Gary is an assertive. And when I say perfecting the solution is less important than getting it done, what do you think I think of now that I've given you a hint with Christy and command? Christy, do you want to chime in or anybody want to chime in? Okay, maybe I'm not doing a good job of leading you guys on this. Command was designed to be done first, be done quickly, not to be perfect. I see. Are you with me, Christy?
Yeah.
And you get that?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's not about the end result. It's like building the structure and being able to give us something that is useful, not waiting for the result, for the perfection, because you'll never get there.
Yep. And I know that's been a challenge for a lot of us as agents. I mean, every single one of us. I'm a little bit more on that assertive side with the way I've adopted command, where I'm like, hey, it doesn't have to be perfect. Let's just go. Let's work with whatever it can do for us right now, and don't worry about it. But I know some agents, some of you guys, some people I've got respect for. I'm close to. I'm friends with, who have had a problem with like I think this whole way command was rolled out was done wrong. They should have definitely perfected things first before they just dumped it on us. And it's okay. We're all entitled to our opinions and our viewpoints. But I just want to give a little explanation. When I read that, it's just kind of funny because in the context of what we currently deal with. And by the way, for those of you that are like Fina, you're probably like, what is the problem with command? I don't get it. I love that because you're at a point now where command is really operating pretty darn well. We still got some hiccups, but it's working well. A year ago, we had command and agents were like, screaming bloody murder all the time about this thing is terrible. I can't believe you're asking us to adopt this system. And so anyway, it's been a little bit of a journey for us to get through it. So I think that's helpful to understand why something was released the way it was. So anyway, you can go on, you can see all the different characteristics there. Let's move on down to this next part. This is also really, really good stuff. The views of reciprocity. So reciprocity meaning reciprocal. So like when you're negotiating with a counterpart, we're giving and taking, we're going back and forth. So an analyst, they only give up things that they've already thought long and hard about. Okay, so they think through things very well. Now when they're receiving something, whatever that might be, time, money, a term on a contract, whatever, when they receive it first, a lot of times they can be very skeptical. And so it's kind of funny. It says they think it must be a trap. So if you know you're working with an analyst and you give them something, they're probably going to go, why are you being so nice to me? What is this? What's coming next? Because I've been around the block a time or two, and I know the only reason you're being nice to me is because you're about to take something away from me. So again, if I know I'm working with somebody like that, I don't need to change them. It just helps me understand how I can win with them better. For the accommodator, giving for them is they are most likely to give up something first. Their giving is not motivated by receiving. It's like two completely separate things. Because receiving, they are flattered and take it as a confirmation of a positive relationship. So whether you're giving some, and this doesn't even have to be real estate related. This could mean like I come in and I'll just use Christy as an example. Christy's office is right next door to me. I walk in one day and I give her a little candy bar or something. I say, hey, I was getting gas this morning. I had to go in and pick up a few things. Here, I thought you might like a little treat for the afternoon. Now, probably Christy, that wasn't the best example because I know that's not your style. But for some people, the fact that Chip just thought of me today and gave me a little candy bar or something, that would have like made them feel great. Christy, while I've got you pulled up, let me just ask you for a second. Because I know between these first two, if I just spontaneously gave you something that cost me $1, just out of the goodness of my heart, based on the first two we've looked at, be honest with everybody, what would your first response be? You're muted.
Why?
Yeah, so I know because she's more analytical. You know, she'd be appreciative, but she'd be like, what's he about to ask me to do? He's going to give me this gift to warm me up, to butter me up. And now he's going to come back in here in like 10 minutes and say, hey, Christy, okay, so I got this little project we need to work on. And it's going to like blow her out of the water. She's going to be skeptical. By the way, I'm the same way too. Now, Christy, I'll just use you as an example. I've got you pulled up here. So do you have people in your life that are that accommodator type, that are very giving? They love to give gifts. And maybe the first time they did that, or maybe the second time, you're like, what's this all about? But then later, you just began to realize, oh, well, that's who they are. And they're not going to come back later and make me regret accepting a gift from them. That's just the sweet people they are. Do you have people in your life like that?
Yeah. In my previous career, I've had managers that have those personalities that would just stop by the corporate office to give me flowers or send me Tiff's treats or something. And yeah, at first you're like, why? And then you realize it's their personality and it's just them. Yeah.
Yeah. And the previous Keller Williams office I was at before I was here, we had an agent who probably once a quarter, about 4 times a year, she would show up to the office with gifts for everybody on the staff. She was a good agent, not an outstanding or remarkable agent, but she was a good agent and very rarely had problems with her. But I mean, the first time I got it, she like is Tiff's treats or something like that, some kind of gift. And that was totally my thought is like, oh, well, thank you. why are you doing this? And then I went and asked somebody else, and they go, has she never given you a gift before? And I'm like, no. And it was like, wasn't a Christmas or anything like that. I don't know why I got it. And they go, oh, that's just who she is. And I learned over the next couple of years that, oh, so when she brings me something, all I need to do is say thank you and let her know, lighten up my face a little bit, be a little more expressive in my tone of voice, and let her know, because she's trying to nurture a relationship. And it wasn't just me, by the way. I wasn't special, any more special than the other 8 or 9 people on our staff. We all got kind of the same thing. But I realized that fills her up to be able to give like that. So let's move on to the assertive on giving and taking. So you can see there, for assertives, I hate to say this because that's kind of how I am a lot of times, giving them an inch and they'll take a mile. So you do got to watch out for the assertives. If you're negotiating with one, you got to just be prepared. And we all probably know people in our lives that way. If you give them a little bit, they're going to exploit that. And they don't see it that way, by the way. But you can see on receiving, look at this about reciprocity. If they give up something, they are counting the seconds until they get something of equal or more value. Okay? Meaning, hey, Christy, I gave you that candy bar, so when are you going to do something for me? When are you going to help me out in some way? So that's just a really helpful tool to be able to know about reciprocating behaviors. And then tools to use, these are some of the things we talked about at the beginning of the class. So I know you might be looking at, I don't know what those mean. We'll come back to those later. And I like these last ones, how to get them back. So if you've got that analyst, show them that you're ready to get something accomplished. This is not about relationships. This is important to we're ready to get business done. I'll tell you, if you've got I know you've all got accommodators in your life. When you get this from me, you might draw a circle around this one. I have made this mistake in my life I felt like we had resolved a conflict, but until the words "I'm sorry" or "I apologize," I could have said all the right things. I could have made the situation right. But if those words don't come out of my mouth, then it's almost like it doesn't even count. You know, I don't know if y'all watch Seinfeld, but there was an episode of Seinfeld years ago where George Costanza was trying to get an apology from somebody. And the guy never actually said the words, "I'm sorry," and he couldn't let it go. If y'all know what episode I'm talking about, it's pretty funny, because all he could think about is, you still haven't apologized to me. You've made it right, but you still haven't said "I'm sorry." So for some people, that is very important. And then on the assertives, that's any invitation to re-engage. Okay. And then look at your worst type matches. So it's funny, we've only got 3 different styles. The analyst and the assertives, they are both, they are toughest to negotiate with, or they've got the most set of challenges. But if you're an accommodator, look at your worst style. Another accommodator. That's the worst type for you to be matched up with in a negotiation. Okay. So I hope that kind of brought some clarity. And like I said, this is kind of the foundation we're going to use in this series as we go forward. So I've got one more set of things to go over with you. And like I said, I'm going to send all this to you if you ask me to send it to you. And this is called choice theory. And this is a theory that's been around for about 50 years or so. And we're gonna use this also because sometimes, like I know Christy and Karen and Jennifer on staff and Liz, they may have heard me use some of these words before, because this is also a part of the communication that I'll use when I'm talking about different people and their motivations. So you can see we've got 5 different styles of choice theory. We've got the power and achievement, love and connecting, freedom and choice, safety and security, and fun and pleasure. And by the way, newsflash, before we get finished here in a little bit, I'm going to ask anybody who's comfortable sharing with the rest of us, if you see yourself on the DISC profile, on the negotiation styles, or on choice theory, which ones do you see in yourself? And you're going to see multiples of these in you, but there's going to be probably 1 or 2 that's going to be more predominant than the others. So you can see power and achievement, they have a need, an innate need, like a natural need, who they are at their essence. They need to conquer, they need to win. Whereas the love and connecting, they need to influence, and that comes through relationships. Freedom and choice, this is important. When you know you've got somebody like this, they need their freedom. And then safety and security, we kind of talked about that earlier with the S personality. They need stability in their life. And then fun and pleasure, those are people that need adventure. So I've got people, you might be thinking, as we talk about this, you might be thinking of people in your life, in your family, close friends, and where they would fall on each one of these things. So you can see all the different things that empower them. We're going to go down, you can see their distinct traits, like the power and achievement. Distinct traits are highly competitive. They're not always in competition with others, but they're competitive in the need to excel. They strive to be the best. They love to break records because of the win factor. So like, I know if I've got somebody, if I'm working with somebody who's like, say I've got an agent I'm working with, and this is like me as a team leader. And if I said, if I said to one of you guys, if I said, hey, Tara, and if I let's just assume I felt like power and achievement was a strong trait for you for this choice theory. If I felt that was strong in you and I said, hey, Tara, do you realize I went back and did the research, and we have never had, in the history of this office, we have never had a listing agent take 10 new listings in 1 week. Do you think you could be the one to break that record? And if somebody has power and achievement, that's all they got to hear is like, oh, you're daring me. That's a challenge. Okay, yeah. You got it. And of course, if you got 10 or 9 or 8 or even 5, whatever, that's going to be an awesome week, clearly. But I know if I've got somebody, I can push their buttons on that and almost challenge or dare them to do things. Now, that's not always smart on their part, because I might challenge them or dare them to do something stupid, and they might go ahead and do it just to show me up. But again, if you know this is who you are and you know who you're communicating with, this kind of helps you know how to push people's buttons, and if somebody is pushing your buttons, whether they realize it or not. For the love and connecting, look at this. Look at the second trait on there. They're physically affectionate and easily demonstrates love. Now, this probably, you're not going to see a lot of this, hopefully, in our real estate world and, you know, Me Too movement and all that stuff. So I'm not talking about us all hugging and kissing and touching each other as agents, but this might help with your family. But I will tell you in a very subtle way how it can happen. Now, again, forget pandemic, forget 6 feet apart. I know for me, when I've got a professional relationship with somebody, and I'm emphasizing a professional relationship with somebody, and I know they are a love and connecting person, if I'm having a conversation with them and we're like in close proximity, and I just like give them a little tap on the shoulder, you know, or a pat on the back, or maybe even a fist bump, you know, I give them some type of literal physical connection. Like, I know when I give them that, when they're highly attuned and sensitive, that they really feel energy. I mean, there's nothing inappropriate or anything. It's just they get energized when I give them, or when somebody gives them a little touch. It could be a high five, it could be a fist bump, but there's a little something that happens there. Now, for a lot of us, if that's not how you're wired, that means absolutely nothing. And in fact, you may be like, why are they touching me all the time? God, they're always wanting to hug and pat me on the back, and and it's not like they're inappropriate. It's just, that's just not who you are. So just realize if they're initiating that a lot, that's probably how they are. So you can either have a direct conversation with them and probably really hurt their feelings, or you can just roll with it and go, oh, okay, this is how they are, if that's not who you are. So realize physical touch is an important part of some people's behavioral makeup. On the freedom and choice, big important one there. They do not respond favorably to rigid rules or strict conformity. They desire to set their own schedule and decisions and direction. They avoid being tied down with too many appointments or a long-term plan. Now, as a person in the real estate industry, working with real estate agents all day long, a lot of different agents, my default is I assume off the bat that almost every real estate agent has a level of freedom and choice in their profile and how they see things. Because most of us, when we get into the business, when I ask new agents, why did you decide to become a real estate agent? Or what do you think the top 3 reasons are people decide to become real estate agents? It's usually about 2 things. It's about how much money can I make? I can make more money at this than anything else. Or the fact that I get to set my schedule and have freedom and flexibility. So kind of a default. So just know if you're working with another real estate agent, that's you're probably got some of that and they've got some of that. Your clients who may not be wired like this may not understand how you can roll with the flow as easily as you can, because we know every day we've got things on our calendar, and every day things get bumped, things get canceled at the last minute, things get rearranged, rescheduled, and we roll with it. And if you, by the way, if you don't roll with it, you need to learn how to roll with it, because in real estate, nothing, just because it's on our calendar doesn't mean it's going to stay there forever. It's going to, there's too many moving parts in this industry that it's going to change. Moving on to the safety and security, they are not innately impulsive. Remember, I told you the example earlier. Hey folks, if we don't make an offer today, this house is not going to be available. So you've got to, if you know you're going to possibly be setting them up to make an impulsive decision, you've got to condition them first. You've got to prepare them. You've got to give them time to process. So that would be like when you look at the property online and you're scheduling the showing, the conversation before you get to the house and see it might be something like, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, I can just tell by looking at this property, it's not going to be available very long. So y'all be thinking about when we get there, I'm probably going to ask you, are you ready to make an offer? Have you talked to the lender recently? Are we ready to move forward? Because if not, we may not get this house. Do you see how that could be helpful? If I have that, if I prepare them maybe an hour or two before we go to the showing, so the person whose safety and security has time to process that information and respond appropriately. So then when I drop the bomb on them, they might be a little bit anxious, but they're not nearly as anxious as they would have been if I didn't prepare them in advance. And then finally, the fun and pleasure people, they are inspired by opportunities. They'll work hard for adventures and experiences and vacations. They don't necessarily take vacations to rest, by the way. These are the bungee jumpers. These are the people, you know, skydivers, surfers. After they come back from a vacation, they don't tell you that, you know, they sat by the pool for a week and read 4 great books. And let me tell you what I learned. These are the people that you're probably going to see it on their Facebook before they even get home. You're going to see all the amazing stuff and experiences they had because they are out there conquering the world and they love it. So those are fun and pleasure people. Now let's move on a little bit further down here to what they value. You can see these are all very, probably not big surprises, but all about relationships. You can see how they handle those differently. I'm moving kind of quickly here. Let's see what energizes them. The power and achievement, obviously it's all about winning. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter, like if I say, okay guys, who can eat lunch the fastest? They're gonna be, oh, I can eat lunch the fastest, watch me. And they'll make bad decisions because we dared them to try to win something. Freedom and choice, look at that right there. Options, lots of options. And sometimes in real estate, if you're working especially with a buyer, how do we give them lots of options or perceived options when maybe we know that's not going to be in their best interest? Meaning over here, like these folks, they don't necessarily want options. They want to make sure that we're not pushing this loan to the max. We're still, in case a rainy day happens, you know, one of the things I think is going to happen after the pandemic is over is people who have this safety and security, they're going to be the ones that are going to go, I know everything on the news. They say we're out of this thing and it's over with. But like this, and I'm not being flippant about this, there's going to be some people who are going to look at this and go, now that I've seen this, this could happen again. When is this going to happen again? And as agents, we're going to have to work people through that conversation of how likely is that really to happen again? Meaning they want to buy a house. They need to buy a house. And then right at the time it's time to sign the contract or pull the trigger on this, they're going to have these thoughts in their head of, oh my gosh, I know people who as soon as they bought their last house in 2020, or as soon as whatever happened, they lost the job and blah, 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 and all this stuff happened. And they're going to think of worst case scenario. And we need to be able to counteract that they can feel that, they can work through that, but let's have some tools in our tool belt to help navigate through that to get them to success to what they want. Fun and pleasure, what energizes them? Laughter. It's got to be fun. You got to be a good time, okay? And then finally, the last section here, what drains them? And you can see right here, I'm not going to go over all these because just reading some of those kind of drains me. Like I said, I'm going to send all this to you, but it's important to know what empowers them, what energizes them, and also what drains them. So you can see we've covered a lot just right there, and we really haven't even gotten started in the material yet. So like I said, today was kind of the foundational part of this series. And so I know 2 or 3 of you guys jumped on late. What I just showed you guys on the screen, I will email that to you if you would like. Just give me your email address, either send me an email or text or put it in the chat and I'll get it out to you. But this is the point now where I would love some feedback, some ahas. I would love for if anyone would like to own it and go, I'll tell you which one of those I am on either one of those three profiles, which one you are, and any thoughts, anything that just today's conversation might have helped you with.
Well, I'll start. You called me out. I am a very high C, is my natural personality. Through my career and educational life, I've become almost a I as my secondary learn trait. So I do have kind of the additional opposite traits as learn qualities, but my natural go-to is very high C, very analytical.
And so, yeah, and so it's important what Christy said. That's something that is something she adapted because she knew if she didn't, that was going to limit her in some ways. And I usually think, by the way, on like your natural versus your adapted, think of natural. Like when she says naturally, I'm a C. That's usually like who you are at home. When you're not, like right now, y'all are most of y'all literally are at home, but we're kind of at work right now. Like when I'm here in the building, I talk to people differently than when I'm at home, because I'm just, when you're home, you're like, your guards are down, you're just relaxed in who you are. And it's like, hey, we talk to our family a little differently than we talk to people at work. Sometimes, well, a lot of times we're nicer to people at work than we are to our own family, because I wouldn't say, Christy, get in there and clean up your room right now. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not gonna talk to Christy that way. But when my kids were smaller, I would talk to them. I mean, I'd totally talk to them that way. You guys probably do also. So who else would like to share something on any one of those different profiles that we looked at?
I found it really interesting, and I could see myself. I don't remember what the acronyms were for each. I'd have to see the form again. But I was definitely the one that cares about relationships. But at the same time, in past negotiations, sitting in the client seat, I could see that I've gone through different categories through the negotiation, depending on how I feel with the person I'm negotiating with. So I could initially, if I feel there's trust up front, I can show feelings and things like that. But if there's any reason to believe I can't trust this person anymore, then I can very quickly become cold and standoffish, or vice versa in the relationship as trust increases.
And so let me ask you this, Fina. So do you think it's helpful for you to be able to recognize that just because they're communicating what you're hearing or seeing, is when that hits you, it's like, I don't think I can trust this person. But that may or may not be the truth. That may be your truth, but that may not be the truth. Can you understand that or appreciate that?
Yes. Yeah.
That they might be putting out vibes or signals, and they don't mean that at all. And they might even be mortified to think, oh my gosh, Fina, I never thought about it, but yeah, you don't trust me because I said this. Just like me saying, I got offended when I got a text that said nope. And like the other person, I know since I've identified that thing about me, I know majority of times when I get that, they don't feel that way because I know them better than that. But initially, if I don't know them, that's just kind of a thing that got to me one time, and I still mentally can go back there. So I think it's healthy to see it helps you identify you, but then when you receive information, is that accurate or not? So very good. Who else? Anybody else want to share some thoughts, ahas?
I will. So Chip, I'm a high I, and I know that when I'm dealing with somebody that's on the D and the assertive, I have to tone myself down and stop talking. Be short and sweet and not, so I've learned that. So
and
this is great.
Yeah, that's a great revelation about yourself, because if we're using the DISC model, that's very true, because usually D's and C's, fewer words is better. Just tell me what you mean. Just get to the point. Yep, very good. Anyone else got anything you picked up, you learned today? Somebody give me one more nugget.
I like
by the way, I can tolerate the awkward silence if I need to. Cody's going to save everybody right now. Here we go.
I make it a part of my buyer's presentation and listing presentation to set expectations of how they like to be communicated with. And I write it down sitting in front of them so that they see that I'm making an effort to understand how to meet them where they're comfortable. And then I usually make a joke, once we go under contract or once we start looking, we're going to be best friends. We're going to be texting and calling every single day. Is there anything about that I should know about how you like to be kept in touch with? Like, do you not like being contacted after X? Or I've had clients that are like, oh yeah, I work nights, so I'm up until 2 a.m. So I might text you at 2 a.m. And I'm like, great. I usually like to set those expectations up front so that there's no surprises. And so that if I'm doing something the way that I do business, they're not taking it away, me being too assertive or over communicative or over eager. I just like to kind of tell them how I usually communicate, and then I ask how they like to be communicated with.
That is that is awesome. If you guys aren't doing something similar to that, that's something that you need to put into your listing presentation and your buyer consultation. So Cody, I want to ask a question. So the first thing you said was you asked them how do they like to be communicated. Is that how in terms of like a lot of words, fewer words, or is it like how in terms of like devices like text, email, phone call?
I do it all. And the buyer's presentation that's standard I think it still includes it, the one that we can download in Command. It has a place where you can circle their preferences and then you can write notes in the space around it. So I ask everything. And then, especially if it's a couple, a lot of the couples, like if one of them is particularly busy at their job during the day, they don't want to be contacted during the day. So I'll only be talking with the other partner during the days, and then I'll loop them both in at night, or I trust that they're doing that on their own. I get those kinds of details up front so that I'm not bothering anybody or coming across like I'm trying too hard or over eager.
Gotcha. Very good. Thanks, Cody. That was good stuff there. So, by the way, Fina put in the chat about the DISC form or the DISC assessment. I'll include that too if you're asking me to email stuff to you. So, I think most of you have completed the DISC assessment. It's about a 15-minute process, and that'll help you understand on the DIS and C how you score out on that. And so I'll happy to send that to you, and then we'll get the results back and forward that to you when we get them. The other two, the negotiator types, the choice theory, I know those are probably newer concepts to most of you, and so that's stuff that we're going to have to, we're going to dial back to that over the next several months as we go through this process. So let's see, Bob has a comment. Don't categorize and never judge a potential client by what they're wearing. Some of the most affluent people dress casually when they're not at work. So very true. So we all, a lot of us, we do tend to make judgments, and that's okay. That's because remember how we started this class off with. This is about gathering information. So if I see somebody dressed in a certain way, it's not necessarily wrong that I observe that and make a note of it, but I have to go a little deeper. And so I think that's kind of what Bob is saying there is you have to go a little bit deeper than just making the assumption that just because, they're dressed in a way that looks very casual or very, non-professional maybe. I mean, just, jeans and t-shirt or whatever, it's okay to, all that tells me right there is today, at this particular day and time, they chose to dress very casually. That's all that really tells me. Now, that might indicate that's how they dress every day of the week, or it might indicate that they normally wear like a business suit all day, and when they don't have to wear that, they love after hours to get totally casual. I don't know. I got to do a little more digging to find that out about them so I can know how we should proceed, because and we didn't really talk about appearance today, Bob, but that's a good point, because I will, and I'm sure you guys have done this too, I will sometimes dress differently when I'm out in the field. If I'm going to show properties with somebody, depending on who they are, there might be somewhere I would always wear a sports coat or a blazer, maybe even a tie on occasion. And there'd be somewhere I would never do that. I would never overdress because that's not the vibe I want to have with them. So anyway, I hope you guys got some good stuff out of the class today. And like I said, Christy, this will be something we'll have on the calendar in the future. So, yep. So I see Ashley added her email. Y'all, if you want any of this stuff, hit me up. I'm going to go through the chat after we're done here, and I'll send you the materials that we talked about today. Anybody have anything else to add? This is your time. Jayden, you got the cute assistant award today. Tell us real quick who you got sitting on your lap there. We got to know.
This is Nixon.
Hey, Nixon.
You say hi.
Look at all of us. Hey, Nixon.
Hi, Nixon.
That's awesome.
He's
Cool.
2.
That's awesome.
And then
Hey, well, you
Lexi.
guys, thanks for being here today. I appreciate it. And like I said, we'll also put this on the YouTube page so people can go back and watch it later as well. So you guys have a great day. I will talk to y'all soon.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everybody.